a very, very windy RAF Waddington, goodness me. We've also got car alarms being battered by the wind. And it's a no beret day today in that wind. It's Oscar. My name's Nick Ossam, your cameraman. Oh dearie me. So we're the owner of a mini, what looks like a minivan, a Countryman sort of style mini, a cream coloured one. Your alarm is going off. A little announcement there now. So I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to a very windy RAF Waddington and home of the Red Arrows and home of very strong winds at the moment. Welcome to RAF Waddington. I hope you're all good. Welcome for another show here. It's sunny. We got blue skies this time, but very, very windy day. Hope we're all good. You right there? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And we can see the Reds there just getting ready. So they'll be going up very shortly, doing their thing. There are reports of a flypast towards Doncaster later this morning. Well, not long now. So we could be seeing 9, 8, 9 or 10 or 11. Hope that battery's all right. How we doing, ladies and teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Waddington. Our first movement of the day is coming up very shortly. I have no idea how I'm going to hang on to this camera. Really exciting times with the Reds. If you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button. You've been cleared. Smoke on. Go on the thumbs up like button. Give us a thumbs up. Support the channel. Support the stream. Keeping the dream. You may have noticed I may have made a bit of an error on uploading a double whammy of videos today. I don't recall the forecast being like that for today, but there we go. So welcome to RAF Waddington. We've got our Beachcraft Shadow R1. Tactical ISR aircraft, part of the I-Star Force, intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance. Also got inbound as well. This is going to be an interesting landing in this. Interesting trying to film it. Well, that's going to require some skills. To the pilot. That is a Grob Prefect. So nearby they operate out of Cranwell and Barkston Heath. Red Arrow's just starting up. You can hear that bassy engine of theirs, the Rolls-Royce Ardeur engine, the Ardeur 151. An absolutely amazing approach, especially in these conditions. What feels like 30 miles an hour plus, easy. Education up in this, but I'll do my best, you know me. It's going to be a bit of a funny day today. Of course, we've also got the German Air Force Eurofighters and the Polish Air Force F-16s. Beachcraft Shadow R1, powered, as you know, by two Pratt & Whitney Canada PT6 engines. It's the 6A67A turboprop. They produce 1200 shaft horsepower each. It's got a wingspan of 17.4 meters. Do a max speed of 245 knots as well, and it's based on the Beechcraft King Air 350, but it's got an amazing set of extras, as you can probably see from here, from advanced sensors, satellite communication defense aids, offers great surveillance, flies with 14 and 54 squadron.
Be Waddington without the lorries there now. No problem at all. I suppose it could be just a case of really strong headwinds, which don't really pose a problem, but I could tell you now, if this was crosswind, it could be a little bit interesting.
So from what I can gather, it sounds like the Reds are going on a fly past. We could get 9, we could get 8, 10 or 11, I'm not really sure. Or about to find out, maybe get 7. So we are in the Waddington aircraft viewing enclosure. A big shout out to everyone involved in keeping the wave running. Emma, Andrew, John, Beck's also helping out. Nice one, Becky. All the crew that help out this wonderful community to be able to give us the opportunity to view aircraft safely as well. It's a wonderful place. It is run by the Wave crew. It is subject to opening and closing times, of course. There is a burger van, which is part of the Wave. Get yourself breakfast, brunch and lunch. There's also Cobra Warrior merchandise. I can see Anne today there, so go and give them some support. There's also Wave patches, there's various German Air Force patches and lots of patches related to Cobra Warrior, so get stuck in. Red arrows.
numbers on the left, evens on the right. That's 2, 4, 6, 8 on the right, 9 at the back, 1 at the front, and reds 3, 5, 7 on the left. Sorry, on the left. Yeah, got to get my numbers right. So heading off to Warmsworth near Doncaster. Thanks a lot JDS Aviation Adventures for that. So yeah, it's near Doncaster. You've got 9 involved in the fly past. Since 1964, took their first display on the 9th of May 1965. They were a 7 ship, that's how they started out as a formation of 7. 1966 saw Ray Hanna take over as team leader and introduced an extra 2. The first display was in France of 65 on the 9th of May. England had to wait another week, 15th and 16th of May 1965 at Biggin Hill, the first Red Arrows display in England. On their first season, they performed 65 displays and won the Britannia Trophy, a trophy that's awarded by the Royal Aero Club, the legendary Royal Aero Club. It was indeed with fallen nets. That's how they started out. Converted to this very aircraft in 1979. The Hawk actually made entry into Royal Air Force service in 1974, but the Red Arrows converted to that in 1979. Arrow's Hawk, of course, as explained in previous Waddington streams, has been modified, tuned up for Red Arrow's specifications, so more responsive throttle to gel in with what they do with intricacy, formation, flying at its precisiveness. So a modified Ardeur 151 engine, about 5,200 pounds of thrust, can do about 638 miles per hour, can fly at low level 250 feet at 400 miles per hour, can actually reach speeds of 400 miles per hour in just under 2 minutes as well, and could even get to heights of 43,000 feet surface ceiling. So a very, you know, an iconic aircraft. Right, here we go. them practice later on today as well. You never know. Yesterday after the show we did get all 7 to their full display. It would be such a lovely warm day if it wasn't for the wind blowing today, but there we go.
So they won't be gone too long. It's actually not too far away. It's near Doncaster. I don't actually know where Warmsworth is, but it's in the Doncaster region, I believe. I think it's southwest of Doncaster, if I remember correctly, near Bolby or Sprotborough. That's a great one, isn't it? So we could see them back very shortly. Welcome to the show, ladies and steady bears. Hank Verkuel, Alan Burden. Good morning to Tony Jeffries, Dieter, Lorraine, EP65, Simon Watchell, Sean Brown, Sean Oliver, Derek, Charlie Bravo, the Bat Purple, Aspen, Margot. Hope we're all good and well. Davey, Perez, Matman, Bush, Aspen. LC, good to see you. Doug Ross, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Argan. Wibbs. Yeah, absolutely. Red Arrows won that one against the Trucks. 1-0. It's just one of those places where it is trucker heaven. 8:15. SC Media, Alexander's artwork. How you doing? Hope you're good. Luke Hensley, good to see some of you as well today coming up to say hello. Anne as well. Emma, Andy, Richard and Ollie Brown are here as well. Got Charlie Pete as well. So yeah, just keep an eye on the Reds, and they'll be returning, I'd say, in about 10 minutes, maybe. We'll see. I don't know if they got any other places to go. Yeah, the wind is absolutely crazy. I mean, yeah, well spotted. Those signs and lights are yeah, it is pretty bad here today, definitely. But it won't be too long till the Reds come back. Just give me 1 second, if I may. So while we'll wait for the red arrows, let me take the opportunity to welcome you to the Wave car park and all the crew. And again, if you're new to this, please respect the housekeeping rules, and they're not just rules, some of them are and carry legality as well. So first of all, for safety as well, okay, so we're in the Wave car park. Excellent, a safe environment, a safe enclosure to enjoy the aircraft. Now, as you can see, it's a very busy road over there. You can cross the road and plane spot over there, but do be careful for your own safety. You can see how busy it is. There's lights there if you're a vehicle. There's reduced speed limits to 30 miles an hour, and without, you know, just to let you know, they have been doing speed checks for 30. Next up, there are red and white fences up here. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? These red and white fences up here. There should be no one stood there at all. So no one should be there. It is forbidden to stand at the red and white fence. You will be asked to move on, and re-offenders have had punishment. They've had enforcements put upon them, put it that way, from the law. So please don't be that person. The other thing is, well, please don't just park anywhere you want. There are restrictions, of course. So please don't park along the road. There are fines, there are issues with that. Also, these gates here and crash gates and gates where they're clearly marked, please don't park there and block them, especially crash gates. They are an absolute no. Please don't set up your ladders by crash gates as well. There are occasions where there are limitations to crossing the road and viewing. There are some occasions. But the other thing to note, this lovely piece of land here, you know, a great piece of land around the surroundings. This is out of bounds. It is not public land, it is private land. So please don't be that person to walk on the farmers' fields and other private lands. So please refrain. Be mindful. If you're unsure, just ask in the viewing the Wave crew. They'll be able to help you as well with any latest news like that. And enjoy. There are signs if you're for the first time when you come here. There are some helpful information signs as well. At the end of the day, this is all for safety as well. Please don't feed the birds and you know, put rubbish in the bins, because again, food can attract wildlife, etc., which can then lead to incidents. Bird strikes can kill, so please be mindful of your rubbish. Take it home with you, but the Wave do provide for their customers bins, etc. There are toilets as well, which is kind of cool. Right, that's my housekeeping done. So yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy plane spotting. It's good fun. Right, we're just going to wait for the Reds to return. They won't be back too late. I'd say another, what is it, about 10 minutes? It won't be too long. Let me just check my watch. Yeah, I don't think they'll be too long now, will they? I think it's about now the fly past, isn't it? Unless they've done it already. fly past over or nearby, or about to do a fly past at Scunthorpe maybe, or have they done that already? So the Reds are heading back already. much smoke, man. Unfortunately, one sec. Oh my gosh.
Even the Amityville chainsaw guy is here. Is that like a Typhoon or something? And I can even hear Typhoons started up from the German Air Force as well. What a lovely break. I know some of you have that as a favourite as well, so the Reds doing half a display with the colours there. That was beautiful. So I can hear German Air Force Eurofighters as well. Big battle formation just then on the break. Sounds like the Typhoons are taxiing. Yep, Typhoons, here they come. Brake wave. Yeah! Dankeschön!
Eurofighters. Yeah, you can see that just under the canopy, completely gone. Just an option that they didn't require. As we mentioned yesterday, IRST and FLIR, FLIR are a bit different. Well, differently, the IRST searches and trackets, constantly locking on and tracking targets, whereas the forward-looking infrared, they're both infrared. Oh, I'll shut them now. I'll let you enjoy the noise. Oh man, that is incredible, cracking stuff. They really do have some wow factors about their flying. Part of 74 wing. There's our red arrows there. Just about to tell you what, that light is quite nice at the moment. So that's the part of the JG-74, Jagerschwader 74. The 74 fighter wing in Germany at Nalburg, where Jens was informing us there. Got quite excited. The wing has been based there since 1961. And it's that base, I believe it's their QRA station. At the German version of QRA or the American version of NORAD. Same sort of thing. Amazing, isn't it? And it was from 2006 to June 2008, the JG, the Jagerschwader 74, transitioned to the Eurofighter Typhoon. Of course, many countries call it their own. So, for example, Spain, they call it the C-16 Typhoon. The family version, the CE-16 Typhoon. In Italy, it's the F2000A Typhoon. In Germany, it's Eurofighter EF2000. I believe it's the same in Austria. And in the Royal Air Force of Britain, we call it the Typhoon FGR4. That is its designation. We do have a T3 as well.
So hope you all enjoyed that, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Very, very nice. You could get more. You just don't know. You just literally, like I said, for those that are new to this, just turn up, hope for the best, see what happens, and have a good old sing along if you want to. Oh. Startups coming up here. Yeah, sounds like we've got some more startup ladies, gents. Anyways, welcome to the show. So it sounds like the F-16s, is that? Sounds like we've got F-16s as well started up. I can hear some APU running nice and sweet. Yeah, F-16s I can hear. So just enjoy. Yeah, it's definitely Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229s. They're the Block 52 F-16Cs. An aircraft that was an absolutely legendary and designed, a product out of, you know, literally a product from Vietnam War, literally, to try to find a way to produce a pure fighter. The F4 Phantom, as much as it loved, did have a pretty hard time in maneuverability from air-to-air combat role, and the answer, the F-16, that was the end product. I've always said that these things happen. The first to have fly-by-wire. I'll have to show you a chart of where they took the perfect max speed to aerial combat, because at the end of the day, speed isn't everything. Not sure if you know, but aerial combat is usually done between Mach 0.8 to 1.2, not beyond, which is why the need for adapting and thinking about modern day and even the future of aerial combat, that's why there is no need to have a +2 and beyond Mach 2. It is the case of that because you need to have a fine balance between the actual turn rate itself, and the Phantom F4 did. They did lose a lot of F4s during the Vietnam War due to the MiGs giving a bit of a hard time. The swift maneuverability, there is that case, and the fact that the F-16 was the result of finding out. It's a bit like the Fox bat. You know, the result and the answer to that was indeed the F-15. The answer to learning from the Vietnam aerial combat was indeed the F-16. Darla, how you doing? Nice to meet you too as well. Thank you very much. I don't have a fully painted F-16, but what I can show you. So I can show you an unfinished. I've got an unfinished F-16 here, which doesn't often get a lot of love on the show, but as in doesn't actually make much of an appearance on my show. I've yet to finish this. It's getting there. As you can see, the cockpit is missing. Look at that, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful F-16 there. These ones that you may see today will have conformal fuel tanks that hug the fuselage and the delta wing. Got a bit of an issue here that might snap off as well, but again, the rudder, all the design, they nearly did have 4 planes, or canards if you want to call it that, but the beautiful inlet here and this boundary layer diverter to stop supersonic speeds from entering the engine, because that would cause damage. You can't have supersonic speeds, or even supersonic speeds will create almost like shock waves inside those compressors and actually damage the engine. The same with boundary layer, and I can hear more Typhoons on their way as well by the sound of it. Looks like we got everything going for us, so just I'll come back to this another time. But that sounds very foony. So Typhoons as well as F-16s, you kind of get used to the sounds. Here we go, it's food time. way as well are the F-16s as well, the Polish Air Force. So they're taking part in the Royal Air Force's largest exercise called Exercise Cobra Warrior. Twice a year usually, March-ish and September usually. Enjoyed those, so we won't be too long till we have our F-16s as well. Thanks, Davey, for the update. Smoke flight, thank you very much. And not really, they don't really need to use the reheats. They've got such a great thrust to weight ratio. They can even go supersonic without the use of afterburners or reheats. So that's called a super cruise capability. Again, keeping a low, the point of that and the good side of things is two things beneficial for super cruise is one, a lower heat signature, and two, saves fuel. So because the Typhoon's consumption is about 1.6 litres per second without reheats, and then 6 litres per second with reheat. So there's a big difference. Usually get around 3 times the amount of fuel consumption, but of course the Typhoon's increase in power from 13,500 pounds of thrust each engine dry, and then 20,200 with reheats. But it's all down to thrust to weight, and it also depends on how you configure it. It's okay saying you know, taking an aircraft and saying that's its thrust to weight ratio. You can actually improve your thrust to weight ratio by having 50% of fuel, having less equipment on there, less ordnance. So you can actually improve and actually deteriorate your thrust to weight ratio by what you've got. Okay, so you can increase and decrease the amount of thrust to weight that you've got on your ratio by what you've loaded or taken out. So there are aircraft and scenarios where you can configure it with 50% of fuel and load it up fully. So it all depends on the weight. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. So F-16s are coming out very shortly. I can hear them spooling, and they are the same engine as the F-15E Strike Eagle at Lakenheath, the Pratt & Whitney PW229s, which I believe are the actual airframe is a Block 52 of the F-16C. Ted's going to try and dare to keep his beret on for this one. So this is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Babsar, high five, and a poor pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards march to you. Thank you so much. Ted, just hang on to that beret, mate. Dylan Cobb, happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you very much. A Guards march to you. Brian Acosta, Guards march. Thanks for the super. Margot as well. thanks to the super, Guards March. Steve Rampling with 20 months membership. Oh yeah, have a fantastic day in the sun, Nikos and Ted. Guards March, thank you very much to you. SE Media with 21 months membership, Guards March. Surge Sector 7 Aviation, Ted Coningsby and the Red Arrows, both the best. Thank you to you, Roger Payne, Guards March, 28 months membership. Well done, Reds, well done, Nikos. Dieter, thank you very much for the super. So happy to be part of the TCS family. Always welcome. Thank you very much. Gary, thanks for the super. Guards March. And Julie Ann, 6709 with 32 months membership. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work, Nikos and Ted. And Spanners, thank you very much. Guards March. Jenny B, thanks a lot for the super. A Guards March to you. And Alan Q, Guards March. Thank you very much. Guards March to you. Thanks a lot, Alan Q. Thanks for the super. And if the German Air Force or the Polish Air Force are tuned in, if you'd like to take Ted on a Cobra Warrior mission, I'm sure Ted has a good 19 hours of flight time. So he's a very experienced bear. So he's fully qualified. He has his medical. So German Air Force, Polish Air Force, if you're listening here at Waddington, Ted's waiting. Oh dear, there'll be no beret involved though. Do, do, do. You never know. You never know. So there's the engineering team, the ground crew, and the Reds prep team there, just getting everything ready over there. Teddy bears, hope we're all good and well. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. What up? How we doing? Let me just adjust that there now. It's a little bit on the older sharp side. You can't win everything there. My hair's an absolute salmon sashimi mix-up. Absolutely not looking it's it's had a bit of a battering, man. But there we go. Davey, how you doing, man? Actually, it's a good point, Davey. There's only 2 flights that Ted has actually flown with his beret on, I believe. So Ted's flown with our very own Davey. Davey, what aircraft was that, mate? I can't remember what that was. It was really bad of me not knowing that. Was it the... I'll have to have a look at Ted's flight log. Davey will let me know in just a second. Forgot what it was, but it was with the flight Made Flying Easy, the company. They were brilliant, and you can get experienced flights as well. And also B-17, that's right, Duxford's based Sally B, B-17. So Ted's only had 2 flights with his beret on. I guess in more ways than one, they are technically both civilian, although Sally B, is from military background. The actual status of it, let's have a look. Oh, Cessna 152-172, that's it. I knew it wasn't a Piper, but nice one, man. So yes, Davey and and the B-17. Davey, imagine that. Davey, you've got that status of the honour of flying Ted with his beret on with Sally B. That's skills. That is nice one, man. Oh dear. I think just trying to think if that's I can't remember if Raven or Raven flight or the just trying to think if, yeah, I think Raven might have been his last flight. I'm going to have a look at Ted's flight log now. But my name's Nick Ossum, your cameraman, historian and commentator. Hope you're all good and well, and welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at the Waddington aircraft viewing enclosure. It is all good. And welcome to a very, very historic base, a place of many firsts as well. That being all Avro. So the Avro Manchester, first operating here, November 1940 with 207 Squadron. Next up was the Avro Lancaster that arrived here on Christmas Eve 1941, and then of course 57 was the Avro Vulcan here as well with 83 Squadron. So quite amazing history, absolutely amazing, isn't it really? Let's have a little look in the background there now. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it was the RV Raven flight. Got the old Buckingham. So lots of fweeps going on. That isn't a child screaming in the background. That is actually a fweep, which I thought was a kid yesterday. But yep, they are a single engine monster. It really is absolutely vicious, natural born fighter, the F-16 Fighting Falcon on its way. Oh yeah, I did say. Did I mention 83 Squadron being the squadron to operate the Vulcan here for the first time? If I didn't, you do now. Roberts, how you doing? Oi oi to you. It is extremely windy, yes, absolutely. Brad Mosley from 15 Wing, oi oi. Oh, thanks a lot, Perry, for the photo there. Perry's just sent me a photo of Ted with Davey there. Might be able to get the beluga. Thanks for letting me know. I usually get some good shots of it actually. I'll try in this wind. Where are we? Just above the cloud there. God, let me just try and get my balance out. Ludicrously windy. Very cute looking aircraft, isn't it? I'll give you a full tour of the
Red Arrow Hawk in just a moment. You alright, mate? I can hear them.
I thought I heard something.
Yeah, they are running. They should be taxiing very shortly. Thanks a lot for those that enjoyed that. Thanks for letting me know about that. Sometimes I'll catch it a bit earlier than that and get a lot more of a better shot. Reds do train 3 times a day, 5 days a week, in various formations. You don't always see them doing the full, so for those that the full sequence, shall we say, for those that have been tuned in after the air show season, so November time, I know it could just be, and I think it's cold now, well, back in November, December, very cold, so they'll work it up, so you may get like a singleton, then you get 2, you get the synchro pair training. Red 6, the synchro leader, the most experienced of the 9, they work their way down, so you'll start off as a Red 2 and 3 and you'll work your way up. Actually, it's probably a better word, but Red 6 will choose their Red 7, and it's Red 7 that actually has the avoidance authority. Alright, so they don't just both go, right, let's break when they're doing that avoidance head to head. It's Red 7, and that works quite well actually if you think about it. Red 6, if they get to choose their Red 7, then it must mean that they really trust, you know, not that they don't with all of them, I guess they form that bond, don't they, but they will choose their Red 7, and it's Red 7 that will be trusted upon to make that avoidance. I think that's still the case. Right, F-16's taxiing right now. Bit of heat haze going on there. I'm not sure if the Reds are getting ready or they were just prepping them after their after that sortie. I'm not really sure, to be honest, but we'll see. So they may sound like F-15s, F-15E Strike Eagles from Lake and Eve, and that's because of the same engine that they've got, the Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229. And know those engines, that F100 family, they sweep due to the sink. It's all down to the sink that makes and creates that sweep sound, as in the mechanism that pushes the bleed air through the actuators. Basically, in layman's terms, it opens and closes the nozzles, and it's air that technically does that and makes a sweep sound. No lorry, no, bad lorry. One of the another challenge when they were designing the F-16 was in fact the front nose gear. You can see it's set underneath, quite far back of the inlet there. And it even twists when it folds in. That was beautiful. all in tune as well. It was very good. Very good. Here we go. Well, there we go. 3 F-16s. 6 German Air Force Eurofighters, 9 Red Arrows, a Shadow R1, a good day really. Oh, hang on, we got some, look at this little thing here now, coming down. We've got the, I think this is this the Piper? Is it G? No. What's this one here? A little, tiny little TED plane here. I mean, that's, I think Ted can actually control that one himself. So another one to add to the list. Is that CLDK, is it? G... Give it some, there we go. I think it's a Piper Warrior. Is that what it is? This is a Piper Warrior, it's called. In honour of Cobra Warrior, sure. It's like a P-28 basically, isn't it? Cherokee, but I think this one is a Piper Warrior 2. Various blocks of modifications. Max speed, Mach 2.0. Oh, sorry, max speed 123 knots. Empty weight 1,200 pounds. And it's powered by a Lycoming 0320. Produces 150 horsepower there. It's a 4-cylinder engine. Look at it there now. So we've had a good mix of aircraft now throwing this in. Here we go. Hi, you alright there?
Yeah, anything else due in, or have I missed everything?
I don't know, I'm afraid.
Don't know. Can I take a picture of you so I can send it to my grandson?
You can. Here we go. Look at that.
Just a private one.
Hyper Warrior 2, based on the P28. 150 horsepower. Like I said, weighs just 1,200 pounds. Actually, to be exact, should we go with the 1,201 pounds? There we go. I'm just going to pop this over here just 1 second. Hope you're all good and enjoying the show. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea and have a quick photo with this lady here. I'll leave you with the Reds for just a second. Someone's obviously quite excited.
Yeah, it was lovely, wasn't it? Especially in some sunshine and blue skies.
Oh yeah, and then the little red arrow display this morning.
Yeah, it was good.
that's cool, isn't it? They look good, they look genuine as well. They look very nice. Right, there's our little Piper Warrior, just Piper Warrior. Sounds like an exercise as well, doesn't it? Exercise Piper Warrior. Tell you what, it's lovely when the wind just calms down a little bit. Just having a quick cup of tea as well, and they look like pilot issue ones as well. Nice. Looks like they're just getting the Reds prepped for the afternoon slot or midday slot later on, probably, hopefully. Just a rough guide, so you'll have a morning, a midday and an afternoon. There's no times available to the public. You just literally turn up and hope for the best and see which you can get.
still it. I'll be right back in just one moment. Just recharging all the mags. Make sure they're ready and fully loaded. How we doing? Right, hope you're all enjoying the show so far, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Thanks a lot, JDS Aviation. Big oi to all of you who are tuned in. Welcome to the show. Welcome to RAF Waddington. For those that don't know, it's been an active military airfield, with the exception of closure during the interwar period, shall we say. It did reopen a few years before the outbreak of the Second World War, but it started life in 1916, I know, as a Royal Flying Corps airfield. Now then, we went from one type of light to quite sharp light at the moment today. Right, look at this. Amazing, isn't it? But I've only got a limited amount of space up here, but there we go. Welcome to the show. So gonna just run through again with yesterday's history of formation flying and displays and flypasts, and how important it is even today. How many of you were proud to see the red arrows today, or even just during, as you know, during the past and history as well, watching the red arrows? For me, you know, it's always a proud moment to see them display, and even a fly past as well. It's just an amazing thing. You know, they do have that national interest, they do fly the flag, and they promote what's the word I'm looking for? Inspire recruitment as well, and it's also an industry catalyst as well. Air shows as a whole as well, a very strong has a massive impact on companies and those that specialize in aviation, whether it be military or civilian as well. You know, because some of the companies, when you break it down from Rolls-Royce as well, their attributes, even Safran, the landing gear, you know, and then you could break it all the way down and have all the stuff on the ground as well, because at the end of the day, although the end component of an air show is, well, it's the product of the sky, it's all the things that go on in the ground. I mean, just turning that camera around on the Reds, you've got the Bowsers there refueling them, you've got the Lineys, just, you know, you've got the ground crew, doing all their work, the Blues, the engineering teams, the technicians, just so much that goes on. But then all the stores on the ground, you've got catering, you've got the RAF catering, you've got the regiment as well. But at the end of the day, I know, joking aside, I've always said that, you know, one of the most important thing of an Air Force is the caterer. That might sound funny, but think about it. If the chef is late, everyone won't get served their food, everyone will be hungry, and it has a knock-on effect. My point is two things. One, it's a whole team. They play a part of the end product, which is air superiority. But when I was talking yesterday about formation flying and the importance, and literally military tactics were not thought about for the sky. You think about all these battles that we've had. You think about even the classical, you know, the classical Greek stories that you read. You know, the Trojan War and the you know, Hannibal and all the I'm just thinking stuff out loud. Battle of Little Bighorn. How that would have differed a few years later, 27 years later, had they had things like this, you know, had they had aviation, you know, had they had, I know the camera's a bit on the wobble there, but you know, imagine out even just on a reconnaissance level, because that is how things were. First of all, on a reconnaissance level, the first biplanes to be used in a military role was on a reconnaissance level, to scout, to look ahead for the army on the ground. It's amazing, isn't it, how you think, you know, when you think about that Wright Fly, let's say, and when you think about aviation as a whole, or even aerial battles, they're not very old at all. Not very old at all. You know, 1911. I can't remember. I can never remember his name. Was an Italian who, because they were dropping bombs from biplanes, but I remember during the First World War reading Frank Murphy's book, Luck of the Draw, amazing book. Enemies used to fly past each other, okay, and they used to wave at each other. You know, two distinctive enemies. You know, one going one way, one going there. They used to wave, but then they thought, hang on, he's not friendly. He's the enemy. So next time they passed each other, one had a shotgun, and then they both had shotguns, and then it evolved. But then tactics, and then formation flying. So it's just mind-blowing how humans evolve to a tactic, and how that tactic evolves into something else. And then when you break it down from the aircraft and airframe, all these companies making certain parts, you know, and then they join with each other. So Vickers and Supermarine, Armstrong, you know, the Short brothers, all this. In the end, most of them are BAE systems. Most of them, if you have a look at the timeline, some of them, I can't remember what Shorts went to. Did they go to BOAC, something like that? I think, and then it became something else. But anyway, my point is, it's fascinating to look at formation, flying, and military tactics on an aerial point of view. Hence, we are a military aviation channel, but we see the beauty side of it. So, formation flying literally been around since aviation itself, even from a military point of view, and even from a aerobatics and WOW point of view. On the battlefield, the importance of formation flying has been taking place since World War I. We saw the Reds earlier take off literally all together. Okay, they were spaced out, but there was 3 at any one point going together. A great way. One takeoff meant 3. Bad weather, try to beat the weather, a great way of doing it. Scrambling aircraft during the Second World War as well, really crucial to get that done. But then flying in a formation, which we've seen earlier, that also plays a major part. There's so many different formations, there's so many tactics, and getting in that attack envelope, and the Vic formation was used a lot by bombers. That massive formation, and then you got that section of the Purple Heart, as they called it. It's just amazing. I mean, we're talking about B-17s here a little bit, but we spoke about that yesterday. How important to keep, because that old saying, the bomber will get through, right? And to keep them clustered together in a tight formation made it more difficult, and the objective was for an attacking aircraft was to try and break up that formation of 20, 30, whichever amount of B-17s, because at the end of the day, B-17, if those guns were replaced with water jets, it would be impossible not to get wet. But then on the other side of evolution of trying to attack a B-17, which I showed you before, is the fact that they found a way to attack the B-17s to its weakest point, which is one bullet for the pilot. Sadly, as brutal as that sounds, but the weakest point was the cockpit. But that, which I've showed you before in a diagram, and shown you the closing speed of 450 miles per hour, if you put that into English, that's 1 mile means they would collide in 8 seconds. That's not very good. Or for those who do new money, about 4.98 seconds in kilometers. If they were 1 kilometer away from each other, in 4.98 seconds they would collide. So, and then that's 200 meters per second. And my point is the fact that the 109's cannons at the time were accurate to 200 meters. So 200 meters per second means they've only got 1 second to fire, and, well, not even that, because they'll collide. So they adjusted the, if you don't, well, I could show you the diagram. Should I just show you the diagram? Might make a lot more sense. That'd be all right. Let me turn that round for those. I know some of our regulars would have seen it, but let me just adjust the iris there. There we go. So there we go. So they adjusted. So that's just a speed of 270, 180. These aren't exact, you know, they could have been going 300 and that could have been going faster or slower. But just to give you an idea, I've done it to 450 miles per hour of a combined closing speed. So what they did, they adjusted the 109's cannons to 400 meters accuracy, which means they got 1 second to fire. And on that last second before impact, I mean, this is just basing it on these speeds, by the way, so goodness me. But it gave them a chance to pull out into a split S, or I've done this way around, but there we go. So that's just one example of how thinking and evolution of military tactics is quite an amazing thing to think about, you know, when you put things into perspective like that. Tell you what I haven't shown you in ages. Tell you what, have a look at this. This is something I don't often show you. I have done, but have a look at this. Have a look at this tactic. When the Mighty 8 started to arrive in 1942 and then 43 with their B-17s, they were met with flak. Now have a look at this. Let's have a look at this tactic. Now they were training for daylight pinpoint accuracy. They could say they could put a bomb in a pickle barrel. It may, yeah, okay, so it looks a bit basic, this drawing, but it was, goodness me, the wind's just picked up a little bit. Have a look at this one. A little, I know it's a bit basic, but have a look at this. It actually works quite well in this brutal, sharp light. But now this diagram was, I know it looks a bit like a child's drawn it, but you know me with my drawings, they're pretty good. Colonel Curtis E. LeMay of the 305th Bomb Group. Now, when they were met with flak, there's our B-17s. He was saying that, yeah, okay, you're going to naturally try to avoid flak, 88mm anti-aircraft fire. Okay, you're going to meet some resistance. They're not going to let you just come along and just bomb the place. The idea was this weaving meant two things. One is that you're not going to be as accurate anymore, because if your target was there, you're losing that line of sight and accuracy. So that was another one. So he said you're better off going in a straight line. So if you were to add that string there to there, these points, and add this, what Colonel Curtis E. LeMay was saying is that you're spending too long in enemy fire, where if you just went on a straight line and hope for the best. The other tactic, very primitive, was to make sure the sun was behind you when attacking, so that the anti-aircraft crew were actually looking into the sun, making it more difficult. Primitive, I know, but effective. But a way to do it. So that was one type of, anyway. Something to think about, right? But there we go. So where do we go from here, really? Where do we go from here? So yes, amazing. But for those who don't know, if we go back, what, 117 years, the very, very first air show was in France, from what sources that I could find, 1909. So that's only 6 years after the very first sort of manned controlled flight of the Wright brothers. And then the RAF had their own, called the RAF pageant, and that was started to be held at RAF Hendon in the 20s. And 32 Squadron were starting to fly in formation. Brilliant. So in 1925, though, the RAF pageant, as it was known, the air show of the Royal Air Force, they changed it to the Royal Air Force display. Now, you've got to remember, you know, that time period, you know, it's that interwar, you know, there's not a lot going on between World War I and World War II, there's that inter-period. But how important air shows were, right? Even today, they inspire recruitment. They're a wow factor. They're quite a lovely thing to have. Hey, I own an aircraft. It's 1925. That must be amazing. But feats of aerial skill, those daring maneuvers started to evolve. Wing walkers started to evolve as well. That's pretty spectacular stuff. Wing walking, which inspired air-to-air refuelling of its primitive kind, and yes, men tied to their biplane with a jerry can and filling up the plane. I mean, what is that about? Amazing, isn't it, right? Amazing, though. Wing walking, and even flying to music, flying with cord, and, you know, Gloucester Gauntlet biplanes of 19 Squadron, for example, they were the ones that were flying in close formation with their wings tied together. Quite daring, if you think about it, really. And, you know, amazing. All these sort of civilian aerodromes were a thing. Leeming, 1911. I think Stonehenge Aerodrome was pre-Royal Flying Corps. I'm pretty sure it was pre. But the Hendon Air displays during the interwar years, they were literally a huge success. You've already got men flying, which is great. All the basics done. If you are going to be a recruitment of, thanks to Richard Brown, I haven't watched it all, sent me a video about the Air National Guard. You can literally fly an F-15, an F-15C for the National Guard. And if you do have, it's not essential, but if you've got a pilot license in the USA, if you want to fly an F-15C, go and fly it. Basically like our reserves, the National Guard. But what I'm saying is that how amazing to already have flying experience, or even a pilot license. How amazing would that be? So just think, in 1936, if you're already flying and in formation or for an aerobatics team, how crucial those skills are to when, in 3 years' time after that, the Second World War broke out. So it's quite amazing, and it inspired recruitment, inspired all these companies to start manufacturing aircraft, which is great, because if we didn't have that, things would be a little bit different. But air displays, they raise morale, and they literally heighten the image of an air force as well, which is what they do. Look at the latest one. Was it Turkey have bought or purchased or put an order for a Typhoon? Why? Because they've seen it at an air show. There's no Typhoon showroom, or is there? No, I'll have a Typhoon, please. I'll have some 17-inch Voodoo alloys. Nah, just kidding. Actually, they probably have Michelin, or is it Dunlop Michelin with Safran landing gear? But anyway, that's another story. Actually, Safran are French, aren't they? Anyway, so the interwar period gave way to all those abilities. They gave inspiration, gaining flying experience as the evolution of aviation and tactics grew, because at the end of the day, some of the formations they use today. And some air shows, many air shows actually, the right person at the right air show can lead on to other things as well. And one of these was indeed the Stuka, because it was in the United States, at an air show in 1933, there was a Curtiss Goshawk biplane performing a nosedive. Literally an almost vertical nosedive, probably going about 250, 300 miles per hour on the dive, probably the top wings sort of rattling, probably, I would imagine. But hey, it was an awesome aircraft for diving. However, this nosedive was witnessed, this manoeuvre, by the second highest scoring ace of World War I, first being the legendary Richthofen, the Red Baron. It was Ernst Udet. Now, inspired by this, he was thinking, and he was the one that led to the idea of the Stuka, the Ju-87. His thinking was to actually take, why don't I just show you this there? There it is, there's our Stuka, amazing. Now, I'm not going to go into full detail of our Stuka. Yes, it had the, I know I'm missing I'm missing one landing gear at the minute, which I need to glue back together. But it had sirens here, the propaganda sirens. Now, anyway, let me get to the point. His idea was he loved the way the biplane, the Goshawk, would dive down, and he thought, hey, that is a really accurate way. So we've gone from air show of a biplane to this, because he thought, hang on, I'll tell you what, here's the thing. Lancasters, when they drop their bombs, right, it takes 7 seconds from the first bomb to be dropped to the last bomb. 7 seconds. Okay, 200 miles per hour. How far do you think that Lancaster has travelled in 7 seconds? Where did that last bomb go? Or where did the first one go? Depends. But that's my point. So, how about this? Actually diving down to your target. Had a little lever to eject this, I think it was like something like £400, £250. Again, I'm still learning on this one. And it would actually, this little catapult. But it even had a special mechanism, because when it dived, those G's that were experienced. Now, there's a few more things to remember. When it dived down, obviously pilots could actually just pass out, and it had this automatic mechanism to pull it out. It was an automatic system. A lot of the pilots didn't actually trust it, and a couple of other things. If you were very experienced, to avoid negative G, you'd actually invert it and dive down, but doing that, you need to be extremely good at going over the target on a split S and diving down. So they would actually just bunt the aircraft and dive down. But how accurate is that? You're actually diving and knowing that is my target, that is what I'm going to hit. But it's just amazing to think that an air show led to the Stuka. You know, the actual design, of course, wasn't by Udet, but he was asking. I mean, he teamed up with Goering as well. Absolutely amazing as well. So it's quite phenomenal to think how that has gone from there to there. It's quite remarkable, really. But he teamed up with Goering, and he teamed up with Junkers. I think Heinkel was involved in his early biplanes, but he actually survived 2 dives in displays that nearly actually cost him his life. He managed to bail out, but it was Herman Pohlmann that actually was the main sort of head designer. So he had the idea of doing that, and it's just amazing. Even, you know, like I said, a bomb aimer, but amazing how that led to the Stuka. After the war, so during the war, there was no air shows. Okay, so that was that for air shows, but of course things were being flown for real. But in 1947, you know, when things after the war, 1947, de Havilland Vampires from RAF Odium took to the skies to make it the first jet aircraft to be used as in a fast jet team at Odium. They flew, various teams started to form and fly Vampires, and 72 Squadron flew in a team of 7. 54 Squadron started using smoke trails until finally the Gloucester Meteor was also used as well, and they started to use smoke as well. In the 50s, it was time for the Hawker Hunter, and in 1956 saw Treble One take to the skies, and many more RAF aerobatics teams started to form. And in 1958, the Black Arrows performed in a loop a barrel of 22 Hunters, a world record which I believe is still the greatest number of aircraft looped in formation. The Black Arrows were a premier team until 1961, when the Blue Diamonds of 92 Squadron continued their role, flying 16 Blue Hunters. I mean, 16 in formation and 22, that's quite a lot. We had teams like the Yellow Jacks, the Red Pelicans, the Yellow Jacks flying the Fallen Gnat, the Pelicans flying the Jet Provost T3 until they moved to the more powerful Mark IV, and then of course the legendary English Electric Lightning. Let's have a little look at the English Electric Lightning. Just quickly, I'll show you the Yellow Jet. There's our Yellow Jack, the Fallen Gnat there. Beautiful little aircraft there. And they were a team of 5, if I remember correctly. But then this, look at that. 74 Squadron Tigers there. Now they started to, I I'll tell you what I'll do. I've got a lovely photo. So now we've got literally this team here by Simon Attuck, by the way. Look at that, 9 of these. Look at that, 56 Squadron. And 56 Squadron are here today, and they were operating they do operate the Protector, by the way. I know, how cool is that? Amazing, right? So 1960s, the Tigers of 74 Squadron were re-equipped with the legendary English Electric Lightning, which wowed the crowd, and 9 Lightnings now with 56 Squadron, the red and silver Lightnings. Look at that, beautiful, look at that. Artwork and postcard, you can check it out, simonattuck.com. Beautiful, lovely, lovely. I mean, how smart is that, vertically aligned at an amazing takeoff as well, a bit like the quick climbs that RAF Leeming as well. But you know what I'm going to say, that didn't last long, it really didn't, because I mean, for those that used to comment about, made comments about the fuel consumption of one of them, wasn't that great, to be honest, but it did its service, it did what it had to do, and it is a legendary aircraft. It had a staggering thrust to weight ratio on that thing, very similar to the Eurofighter. So the Air Ministry, or the MOD, they decided that, look, we can't be using that aircraft, it's too expensive, because it did drink a lot of fuel. But the other thing as well, the fundamental key aspect is taking 9 frontline aircraft into displays, when we've got loads of displays, display teams, as loads mentioned then, and then we've got the point of having the pilots leave their original duty of being a frontline, combat ready frontline pilot. So you're taking away the aircraft from its role, you're taking away the pilots, but then you need all the crew. The Red Arrows, they've got about 120 of engineers and mechanics and technicians, 120 as their background ground team. So we're talking about English Electric Lightning. So that came to an end, and it was decided that only training aircraft to be used. But then there was another problem, we had too many teams. So it was decided that the Royal Air Force should have one supreme elite team, and it was given to the Yellow Jacks, and the team leader was Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones. Now his call sign was Yellow Jack. Now let's have a little look at what we're doing here. So Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones said, well, tell you what, if we're going to do that, the Black Arrows were legendary. So in 1964 at Little Rissington, with 5 of these at the time, they said, well, I'll tell you what, yellow doesn't look that brilliant in grey skies, which we have quite a lot of. So just before the birth of the name Red Arrows, this do you like that? So that's the fallen mat, a trainer, went to this. Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones took, I think it was 7 of these, painted them red, and said, look, in honour of the Black Arrows, in honour of the Red Pelicans, why don't we call this team, the new team, the Red Arrows? And so at Little Rissington in 1964, the Red Arrows were born, with 7 fallen Nat trainer aircraft. Very similar performance to the Hawk T1A, which they use today. So a year later, after all the training, when everything was put together, just before their first air show, a quick publicity fly past, but not a display, because the Reds went to France on the 9th of May 1965 and performed the very first Red Arrows display. In England, we had to wait a week, 15th to the 16th of May of 1965 was our first air show of the Reds, and that was at Biggin Hill. There we go. A year later, in fact that year, just really quickly, that year they performed 65 displays and won a award. They won the trophy, actually the Britannia Trophy, which was awarded to them by the Royal Aero Club. Amazing. A year later, a new team leader by the name of Ray Hanna, the legend, and in mid-1966, due to the popularity of the Reds, they increased their team to 9, they had their motto, éclat, which is French for excellence. I'm wondering if they used French because that's where they had their first ever public display. In 1974, the Royal Air Force introduced a new trainer aircraft called the, I think it was a BAC back then, wasn't it? Which is now BA Hawk. But in 1979, the Reds transitioned from this to the Hawk in 1979. There it is, there's our Hawk, a great little trainer, beautiful little training aircraft. It is modified, and they have a smoke pod. Actually, do you know what? I've got a question, which I don't know. Maybe our friend Kyber Wolf, who's here, I think on the chats. Did the fallen Nats use smoke? It might sound a silly question, but I don't know it. Did the fallen Nats use the red and white smoke, or was it when the Hawk came about? That is my itching question. Because obviously, I didn't see the Reds flying the fallen Nat. I was about 1 year old. Anyway, so 1979. Okay, what I didn't mention as well, some of their homes. The Red Arrows have made. What is that? Is that another beluga, or is that? So let me just have a quick look. Might be able to catch this one. Nats use smoke. Thank you. There you go. Because I do have questions of my own. I'm struggling to get this one. No, that's what is that? A 380? Is it? I don't know. I ain't got a clue. It's not really my field, is it? I'll tell you what, Richard Brown will be proud. Is this an A380? Because I ain't got a clue. It's civilian, I have no idea. Looks big. Anything big looks like a 747 to me. Do you like that? I like that. Perry, thank you very much for letting me know. See, I even have questions as well. So that's how you learn, you ask questions. So, Little Rissington, and then Fairford, then Kemble, a trip to Cranwell, Scampton, back to Cranwell, back to Scampton, and then here in 2022. Was it? I'll tell you what, where's Richard Brown? He'd be proud of me. He'd be like, mate, it's time to go to Heathrow. I think I've done it. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready for civilian now. I think I've done it. Oh man, can you imagine me at a civilian airfield? I wouldn't have a clue, but I did alright on that one. I did alright. Started off as a beluga and then went to A380. I did alright. Callum Jackson, who's behind me, Mark Moody, lots of you telling me about the Nat. Nat used red, white and blue smoke. Nice. Well, there we go. That was just a quick history of the Reds there. Hope you enjoyed it. And literally a bit of a full-on history about aerobatics and display. I hope you enjoyed it. If you got any questions, most of them I should be able to answer, but if you've got any questions, do feel free to ask me about stuff like that. Go for it. Christopher Carr, stay military, Nikos. Don't go over to the dark side. Can you imagine Ted's looking at me really funny? The only exception is air shows, because then, you know, we do. There's obviously going to be some elements of civilian in there. Hilarious. Wait until I tell Richard Brown, because we were talking about this morning, and I said I ain't got a clue, and then I did all right.
yeah. There we go. So the Red Arrows Hawk, the T1, for those who don't know, has been what is it, 638 miles per hour or so. Pretty. It is. I love saying it is a cute aircraft. It's been an icon all my life, a household name. The Red Arrows with their dipod. I'll tell you what, I had a chance to look in. Right, listen to this. Right, I had a chance. Don't ask how or why, but I had a chance to look inside one of these yesterday. I know, right? I know. Yesterday of all days, right? Man, the pipe work in here, the dye in there is amazing. Absolutely brilliant. So that they use the T1A because it could have a hard point. It has a hard point, and it's meant to have a 30mm Aiden cannon put there. But of course, the Red Arrows don't really need to use that. So they used a pod, which has got all these amazing pipes. Which at the back you got the pipe work here, 3 pipes that are actually straight down. They're pretty cool. It's not one pipe per colour. All 3 produce the same colour smoke. The pilot has the option to have all 3 of the same. They just choose what colour. So remember that. I didn't know that. I thought it was one pipe, one smoke, but it's not. It is actually just dye mixed with the fuel they use. It was diesel. I don't know what they're using now. Amazing. And yeah, and the way it works is that these pipes, well, first of all, let me tell you how it's loaded up. There's a little port, 3 portholes when you open this up, and there's like a pipe with a jerry can. You fill it up with the mixture of dye and diesel, and then when the pilot pushes the button, it comes out here. But the way it comes out, the way the smoke's actually produced, is actually just vapor. It actually evaporates, because here it's about 400 to 600 degrees Celsius. It just evaporates, and if you want a more thicker plume of smoke, you may hear Red One going air brakes, which produces like a vortex turbulence and makes a thicker plume of smoke. The 5,200 pounds of thrust single engine is the Rolls-Royce Ardeur engine 151. However, it is modified to Red Arrow's specification, so pretty cool. To make it a lot, I think the throttle is a lot more responsive, so that the Reds can do all their little intricate manoeuvres. Amazing. I am going to have a cup of tea. If you've got any questions, put them in, and I'm going to answer them in just a moment. At the moment, it's time for a cup of tea. Oh, when you see the spotters start running down there with their ladders, you know something's going on, right? Yeah. here from Laura. Very good. So Laura, do the pilots of the Red Arrows fly aircraft as well? Right, that's some good questions coming here. Keep them going. I'll bring my tea up here and have my tea with you. So I've got a question here from Laura, E7E1L. I know, right? YouTube's, yeah, the car park is full, definitely. Aspen, how you doing, my man? Great to hear from you yesterday as well. No. Okay, so no is the answer. For as long as they're a Red Arrows pilot, they are dedicated to a Red Arrows pilot, but I'll explain. They get 3 years, basically. They start from Red 2 and work their way up, if that makes sense. They work their way up, and some can finish as Red 9. Now, how do you become Red 1? Well, you're going to need at least those 3 years to even attempt to become Red 1, okay? So, but you can't just apply. You need to have 1,500 hours of fighter jet experience. You need to have completed an operational role, actually gone into an operational zone. So, for example, Desert Storm, Telic, etc., LME. You need to have completed an operational tour on a fighter jet as well. Actually, I did look into a little bit more detail. So you need to have fighter jet experience as well, and to be classed as being above average. So after those 3 years, I've been looking into, because lots of you do ask me what happens after that. But to answer your question, the answer is no. Okay, so obviously they would have flown, let's say, some of them a Tornado, some of them a Typhoon. In fact, Andrew McEwen was the first ever Red Arrows pilot to come from an F-35B, which is amazing. I mean, that's history right there. But while they're flying with the Reds, the answer is no. It is a pure 3 years experience, and then to become Red 1, you're going to need to at least have been a Red Arrow for the 3 seasons. All right, so good question there. Let me have a look at the rest. I haven't done that in a while. Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio, how you doing, man? I heard he did well at the BAFTAs, wasn't it? Yeah, he did all right. Good effort, mate. So yeah, good question there. So I'm just scrolling down. Dieter, did they use the same display sequences as the Yellowjacks after they switched? I think, yes, they did, but I don't know, because obviously there are some manoeuvres that they can't do, and there's some manoeuvres they can, and this goes for the Typhoon or any other display sequences. There are, of course, remember, they've got to pass their PDA, and what they will be looking at, the auditors or the examiners, I don't know what you call them actually, auditors, they'll be looking at the health and safety aspect of it as well, so they need to deem that display as safe. So they can't just make up something. I think they need to go through a process where it needs to be checked to see if it's safe, I think. I don't know 100% how to elaborate on my own answer there, but yeah, I would imagine Lee Jones would have put elements from the Yellowjacks display into the Reds, of course, and then evolve after that. I suppose going from 5 to, I think the Yellowjacks were 5, right? And then I would imagine having the extra 2 probably would have led on to having like a really elaborate on the synchro pair. Cheers. Jeff AGR, man, how you doing? Now, I asked this, it's a little bit different. Yeah, so to become a blues technician, you mean, right? I will need to come back to you on that one, but I did touch on this a little bit with one of the blues, and it's a little bit different. They can be extended. Now, they would have come from they would need to be the best of their trade. All right, so they would come from a background that, again, with the Red Arrows pilot having that sort of,
you know, level of skill again with the Blues and their team, but there is an opportunity for them to stay on longer. I remember it was quite overwhelming having that conversation. Actually, it was really cool, so big shout out to the Blues there. But they can, I think the contract is, I think it's 2 years, but it can get extended. Because I'm hoping to have a little chat in like interview purposes one day. I'll see if I can work on that, and then all your answers, which is why many months ago I asked for your questions if I was to have a chat with one of the Blues. So I'm still working on it. Leave it with me, because there's some great questions you guys ask, and it's amazing, really is. Let me get back to you, but the way it was worded is that they can stay longer with that process. Holly Swain, Nikos, if you could be a passenger in an RAF jet, which would it be? Typhoon, innit? They have a T3, so I'm in there. I'll tell you what, no, he says. How about a Hawk? Because I'm always missing them. Well, I might miss the flight. Oh, that sounds good down there, doesn't it? It sounds like something that's... So there we go. That was a lovely cup of tea. Lovely. Cheers, Davey. Thank you very much. got a canopy open there. Two vans that went past. Look at that. Blue and blue. Look at them. That's British Gas. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Waddington. And looks, how many canopies we've got open there? One? Is it just the one? Yeah, if you haven't done so already, support the channel, support the stream, give us a thumbs up, hit the like. And if you haven't done so already, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. The other checklist for our official Ted Coningsby merchandise, do go to tedconingsby.co.uk. We ship worldwide. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Hope you're well. Hope you're feeling better, man. Craig Bruce as well. Oi, oi. Alex Raven, Summer Mochon, Davey, Ali Leyland, oi, oi to you. Still haven't been to the Dam Busters Inn. I'd love to go to there. Dieter, how you doing as well? Hope you're all good and well. Eyeball on the Shadow, I will get some shots of it, but surprisingly actually can't see it just yet. I guess it is called a Shadow. Here we go, finally see it. Sorry, go back onto that.
6 canopies up, which is good.
can see the big bore exhausts coming out of the engines there. A signature of the Pratt & Whitney's PT6 engine, which you know I love. I love the reverse flow, I love the concept. I can show you a diagram in just a moment if I get a chance. In there, looking good for another. Looking good as we got pilots in the reds. Nice. Starting up, I think it is. Get ready for the bass. When the wind drops, you might be able to hear the bassy Rolls-Royce Ardor engine. There you go. So congratulations and a welcome to the new officer commanding for the Red Arrows. It's Wing Commander Sasha Nash. She's a experienced tornado pilot. Red 1, team leader, the one and only wing commander who got promoted this year, John Bond, known as Bondy. Red 2, as we all know, lovingly, a household name on the channel, 2023 RAF Typhoon display pilot, call sign Anarchy 1 is Red 2, is Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty. And it's his first season, so congratulations to him. Red 3 is new to the show, Flight Lieutenant Christopher Dean. Red 4, second season, is Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. He joined with Red 5 last year. They were both Red 2 and 3. Is indeed legendary Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen, who is the first Red Arrows pilot to come from an F-35B 5th generation stealth. Red 6, synchro leader, is Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. Picking his Red 7 is Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suppling. Red 9 is Squadron Leader Chris McCann. Red 8 is Squadron Leader Chris McCann. Red 9 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales. And Red 10, the new role for another legend, is Squadron Leader Stuart Roberts. Oh wow. Thanks, man. Cheers, buddy. It went the other way, didn't it? Thank you. Yeah, they have. It's coming from the other end. Okay, that is going to be one view.
Not very fast.
Oh, it's backtracking. There you go. That was Andrew there. So it looks like it's backtracking. just like that, it's just going to go, I think. You are got to be kidding me from here, man. No way. Come on. Not again. Right, meanwhile. Wow, we may get all 7 again. Yep. Here we go. Oh, come on. What? I mean, look at this new red arrow. Look at this. Look at this. Over here. Alright, here we go. Go on. seen this. Red Arrows practice display. Here we go, right on time. God, look at that, the precision there. It's just unreal, wasn't it? Look at this. Come on, that is just amazing, isn't it? myself on a bit of a muddle there. Okay, as you heard, Red 1, this is the second half now. A lot more adrenaline pump action going on. cross there. More and G there, look at air shows, the Red Arrows always dedicate this heart to their viewers. Well, I'd like to dedicate this one to the Red Arrows. Perfect sky for it. Look at this. They should go into the goose right after this. There they are. Smells good right now. air show season, isn't it? indeed a break to land. I've seen it twice, one at Mildenhall and once at Herne, Bournemouth. Fellow Reds of any crosswinds and speeds of surface winds. What? The lorry has defeated me on this one, I think. Done. Well done, Reds. Very, very good. Unbelievably good. Gets better and better every time I see them train, and I hope you agree as well. I'm sure you'd agree. Going okay. You alright? Wow, oh wow, okay, cool, nice one. How's it going? How was the journey? Alright? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say I can't see them not going up again. So, well, as long as I don't put them back in, then you're alright. You'll see them. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's really good, really nice.
I'm really distracted as well. Just about 5 miles from here. You can see distance.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to move to this. I think that was Saturday.
Yeah. Well, you should have the Typhoons and the F-16's coming back very shortly.
Yes, on the 2 German Typhoons.
Yep, so it won't be long.
It's brilliant. You too, man. You too.
one. Well, yeah, yeah. Smoke, yeah, they should be all coming back in a sec. Quite a few minutes yet, but RTB.
Yeah, it's kind of the type. That wasn't one that went on today though, was it? No.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Raven flight on the way back. Smoke flight. Yeah, so in the next few minutes we should start to see the more RTB from their Cobra Warrior sortie, their first one for the day. Hope you enjoyed that, Susan Hurst. Absolutely, they do get better and better, and that's what it's all about. Practice, 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 especially at this level. And to be fair, I've been struggling trying to stand up over here as well with that. Some really punchy gusts. So on a clearer day I'll be able to get you a better shot of it all. But for now, that'll do. Good, look at it, eh? Look at this one. Love the livery on this. Look at this. Yeah. Oh. Beautiful. Coning engine. So Raven flight not far now. Look at the speed of those hamster wheels.
I'm looking everywhere for you. I'm looking out for hopefully a full ship. That'd be quite nice, which I got yesterday. things are. High up as well, look at this. That is like a leaping salmon, isn't it? Come on, one more. without doubt some thrilling stuff I've seen here on these couple of days. Amazing. I think these pilots have been watching our Laking Extremes on low approaches because they've been unbelievable. A nice full ship now. Me, snap that Eurofighter, why don't you? They've certainly been absolutely thrilling to watch. this angle, they might look like they've landed, but you can still fit another Typhoon under there the way they're flying. Right, we go. Finally, last one home. Windows. Viva. Beautiful, that absolutely beautiful, and it's nice to see just the way that different air forces do things, especially. I know air shows are an exception because, of course, it's the nature of it, but when it's operational training, it's pretty spectacular to see. Their approaches seem quite high when they're coming in on initial. The initial seems to be quite higher than what we usually get, and then they really do come down at an angle. Is what I'm talking about. Enemy Jens from Germany. They are from my base. That's right, they're from where I'm from, the Nürburg. Yes. Yeah. These are the finest. They are the Klinsmen of the sky. They fly like this. Come Sean, let me show you some expertise there. Learned by the wonderful Luftwaffe. Yeah. Moody, how you doing? Hope you're good. Leah, Alex Blackcat, hope we're all good. Scott Weber, how you doing? Hope you're good as well. Ali Leyland, Charlie Bravo, that's Christine Barnes, Simon Watchall, Dieter. Martin Osborne, how you doing as well? MW Aquatics, Aspen, what up? Well, here we go. Beautiful. Prefect, the trainer aircraft. Local to here, based at Cranwell and over satellite station Barkston Heath. His Luftwaffe for that. We're doing ladies and gents. Anyways, goodness me, I am windswept. But I hope you're all good and well, and hope you're all enjoying it today. It's been really, really good. Been really windy. Been crazy trying to keep balance. But hey, you know, it is what it is. Just deal with it. Just work with nature, not fight against it. Innit? Work with the elements, not fight it. That's the way I think is the best way to try to get yourself into that. So hopefully it's all good, and hope you're all enjoying the show, and I hope you're enjoying Jens, who's loving today, aren't you, Jens? Yeah, Sonny's Jens from Germany. Yeah, you enjoying it? Yeah. And as we say, Bundesliga. Yeah, you sound like me from Germany. I know, mate. Are you enjoying it? Yeah. Bless him. He's probably going to go and have a few drinks with his crew there. Oh dear, what a day. It's been absolutely brilliant. Really, really good fun so far. We're gonna so I'm just gonna go and have a quick break. Obviously the show ain't finishing for another maybe an hour or two, but definitely, I mean, we usually stay till about 1500 GMT, so local, actually I better say local, because when the clocks move, actually they go forward end of the month, by the way, for here. They spring forward last Sunday, is it, of the month. They go forward about, what was it, 1 o'clock in the morning. So don't forget that, peeps. Hello, peeps. In it there now. Right, I'm just going to have a quick cup of tea before I lose my mind. See you in a bit. See you.
backup. Who we got up here then? Is that another prefect? Come on. It's all good. There you go. Always ready. You got to be always ready in this game. Always ready to catch stuff. Oh, it looks like we got a shadow as well going out. Here we go. Yeah, absolutely. I can see some comments in the chat room there. Hang on a minute. Let's just get this. I think it needs wording out there. You know, at the end of the day. Lorry. Woohoo! Yeah, at the end of the day, listen, you know, there needs due care and, you know, and responsibility when you're doing this sort of thing, right? You gotta like, you gotta take care of everyone, man. I've done this from from the minute I started this. No faces, no places. Do you know what I mean? How hard is that? You know, just be mindful of what you're photographing, what you're videoing at the end of the day. You know,
I've rang here today just to let them know I'm in my little spot. That's all you got to do, right? And just use a bit of your noodle. Do you know what I mean? Use common. No, actually, I don't even know why I even say that. You know, people ruin it for other people. At the end of the day, is what I'm trying to get at. And I've had this rule from day one: no faces. Do we need people's faces on there? No, especially in the nature of what this is. Yeah, at the end, I'm not interested in zooming in buildings. I see it in the comments. Oh, zoom into that hangar. Why on earth would I want to do that? Why on earth would I want to zoom in on someone's face that is personnel? Why would I want to identify that person? Why would I want to zoom into a hangar? You know, at the end of the day, people ruin it for other people. And sadly, it makes it harder for all of us here as well. It's not just doing the streaming, it's just unbelievable what some people do, and they just don't think. You have to think, you have to protect what's out there. It's in interest. I mean, seriously, at the end of the day, you know, make contact, no faces, no places. We're really strict on destinations. It's not the most ideal world that we live in, especially now, and you cannot just start going where they're going. Well, you know, some people think they've got the right to know where everything's going. You don't. You know, if you want to know where it's going, join the Air Force, join the military if you want to know where things are. At the end of the day, this is pure plane spotting, the fun side. All right, we're here to enjoy the aircraft, how they work, what they do. It's educational. There's a few bears thrown in. Have fun with it, enjoy it, which is what everyone's doing. Everyone's enjoying the fun side of things, you know. But sadly, there are people that don't think like that and just want to just ruin it, and sadly it gets worse and worse, and measures get put in place, and you know, it only starts with people walking into other fields, and then it's just like, you know, what would we do without this car park, for example? Where would we go? You can't go anywhere. Everywhere you cannot go anywhere legally, so why would you do that at the end of the day? You know, I've always kept my mouth shut about it, but it's just getting worse, really, isn't it? Some people just want to ruin it for other people. They just don't think, and it's like, just, you know, and at the end of the day, there's no operational side of things as opposed to going on, you know what I'm trying to get at. This is, you know, a bit of red arrows, a Typhoon display, regular local sorties, but still it needs to be kept just literally muted. Destinations is an absolute no. It is a risk. You can't do that. You don't put it on. You just leave it alone, which, you know, it's nice. Just let them go and do their job. You don't need to know where they're going. They've gone somewhere. No worries. They'll be back. Have fun. Enjoy it. You know, take some good photographs in the light. Enjoy it. You know, you've got to be mindful of that. You know, I've kept it quiet, but I could just, the thing is, I could just see it just getting ruined, or, you know, it's just, people just ruin it for others, unfortunately, and quite rightly so. And yeah, I'm aware what goes on at Fairford. I've seen it. I just shake my head. Some of the things that, you know, that for me, that's why I put that post. For me, it takes the beauty out of the plane spotting. You know, at the end of the day, going now, I'm not going to go and publicise that. You know, and it's no, just absolute no for me. At the end of the day, for that one, not saying don't go there. That's not what I meant. It may sound like it. It's the fact that, what are you putting out there? What are you photographing? You know, you got to be mindful of stuff like that. You've got to be mindful. You know, and that's why it's for me. This is my own personal thing to photograph something like that of ordnance been loaded, knowing where it's going to go. It just takes the fun out of it. You know, if they're coming for an exercise, like I said, no worries. It's all in good, you know, good fun, good training, educational. Talk about the plane, talk about the helicopter if it's helicopters. But sad, isn't it, really? But hey, there we go. We'll just keep doing the right thing. That's it. Just follow the best channel out there. You know how it is. PM, just saying. Ben's gonna have a photo with your masterpiece if that's alright. He secretly does, he loves machines.
No worries. Give me. Oh, right, nice. Reggie's in there, so he's ready to come out in a minute. But Jens has been out. Yeah, Jens has been out. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah. It is, yeah. Right, give me 1 sec. Trying to pull the cables out. Remember last time I did that? Remember a while ago I went to change the mags and I pulled all the cables out at the same time. I mean, brilliant. I did swap the battery, but hey. Oh, nice. Oh, right. How are we doing, ladies and gents? Anyway, so we got the Rivet Joint Goose on its way back, by the look of it, that is. Yep, it's just about to turn now. Should turn left, heading 200 degrees. How do I know it's 200 degrees? Well, the runway is runway 20, for those that know. For those that watched our runway video live. Thanks a lot for your kind words. If so the lorries are winning against the Rivet Joint 2-0 I think at the minute, or is it 1-0? I think it's 1-0, isn't it? So yeah, 1-0. So just turning now on long final. Here we go.
notice the Goose call sign. You'll notice 51 Squadron have the Goose. That's their design for their squadron badge, and it is quite historical. It's a Goose volant, chosen as a play on words because it came at the time of them choosing their badge design, and it's a play on words on the actual aircraft that they were operating, which at the time was the Avro Anson. The aircraft were that they were operating during the same time that they were choosing their badge design. And Latin for goose was Anser, so they thought to play on words with the very aircraft that were flying, Anson, Anser. So it derives from literally a play on words with the very aircraft that they were flying, linked with the Latin for goose, which is Anser. Here we go. So they chose that, was approved, and as it was a bomber that they were flying, they chose a heavy wildfowl was appropriate, and was approved by the King George the 6th, 1937. Here we go. Here comes Goose.
When that does the part that's how the version of the car like this over my life. Yes, it's our if you go to the fence line and look left, you can see the town. I know where the park is now. We are trying to get over there. It used to be right near this fence. Yeah, when we were the storm up there, when you look, you can see the town.
Smoke there now. Cool. And another lorry. I think the power's gone back on for another go. It's 2-0 to the lorries against the Rivet Joint now. A free kick at half time. We get another go. We get another go. Lorry scored another one there. Rivet Joint just going over this side. Sounds like a startup. Got a startup by the fighters. I don't know if they're just flexing or just... F-16s. That's an F-16. Well, actually, it's a Pratt & Whitney F100 229, but sorry. How sad is that, really, isn't it? But hey, that's what I do. I love me engines there now. Oh, could be wrong. I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been really enjoyable. I've certainly enjoyed it as well. That's the main thing, and that's the core of plane spotting. Have fun, enjoy. Oh, who's this? It is indeed, actually. Well done, Davey. It is. So, Davey, it is actually, I gave today as Ted's official birthday today. So happy birthday to our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. The reason why I chose today, the 17th of March, is because it was around that time that we did our first video. It was around the 17th of March when I did that famous video. And it was the same birthday as my cat, bless him. He's now in cat heaven. It was, and they have the same, almost the same initials. So my cat was called TK, and obviously Ted's initials is TC, so it's very similar. Sweeps. As the wind's just calming down, it's suddenly getting warm, which is quite nice. Rivet Joint just making its way back. I'll tell you the full story in just a moment. Just really quickly, just after this Rivet Joint makes its approach, I'll tell you the full story. Why it is today his birthday? It's Squadron Leader Ted's birthday today. Here we go. Hello. Rivet Joint has pulled one back. It's now 2-1. Lovely, lovely approach. Beautiful. Yeah, ladies, gents, teddy bears, as I was mentioning earlier, you know, I've been there, done that in the world of pets. And how we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Hope we're well. And yeah, do you know what? I've been there and done that. Those that have got pets can relate, whether it's a dog or a cat, whichever. I had a cat called TK. Loved that pet. I loved that cat to bits. I really did. It was my. He was like family. He was like a little human being. His name was TK, and he passed away a few years ago. And it was in 2020. Wondering what that was. 2020, and TK was genuinely born on St. Patrick's Day. He was genuinely born on the 17th of March. And bless him, he lived to a good age of 17, so he did quite well, and had some hilarious times with him. Yes, I was one of those. I was that cat person. I really was, and he loved kebabs. He loved chicken tikka, he loved takeaways. Chicken tikka was his favourite. There used to be a takeaway in Spalding, actually, that used to have his starter, well, for him it was the main course. He used to love this chicken tikka. He loved it. It couldn't be from anywhere else other than this place, and they used to prep it just for my cat. It was hilarious. It was a funny cat. But anyway, he passed away in I think it was 2020, and I was just completely heartbroken. And for those that can relate would know exactly where I'm coming from. We all deal with loss in a very different way. We all have our ways. And then Ted came along in 2021, and I did the first video around the time of TK's birthday, which would have made him 18, and I just decided to, because people have asked me how old is Ted, and I was like, well, I actually don't know, and so I just decided to kind of have that transition to make it a happy thought, because it's not the nicest thing to lose a pet. It really isn't, especially when it doesn't really matter how long you've had it. When you connect with that pet from that day, it just stays with you. So I decided to, I think the first video it could have been on that day. It could have been on the 17th of March when I actually did that video, but it was around that time, so I decided to have Ted's birthday on March the 17th of 2021, technically. But he was around. He was won in 2000, and when was it? Let's have a think. 2019, I think Kimberly won him in a raffle. 604, I think, was the ticket. Was it salmon colour 604 or 64? Salmon 64, I think it was. Kimberly told me. It was at her primary school. Her last year at primary school in December. There was a Christmas fete, and Ted was raffled. That's when you come across these ancestor websites. Well, I've found Ted's roots down to a raffle at the moment. So he's been around Lincolnshire all his life so far at the moment. But other than that, that's as far back as his life goes back. So there we go. Interestingly, TK and Ted's initials TC, so kind of similar.
Yeah, it's from is that the lad and the girl? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically, so Ted's been around for if you count, I mean, it was December 2019, but we could say today Ted's 7. There you go. He's 7 years. Well, actually, it doesn't quite add up from there, so should we call him 6? A full year. He was found in December. So yeah, we could say he's either 7 or 6 years old. No idea what that is in bare years. Yeah, I think Ted's got a thing about raffle tickets. He does quite well. Yeah, and you've only got to look at Ted's flight log. He's flown in some beautiful variety of aircraft. F-15E Strike Eagle, 2 F-35As, so 3 flights at Lakenheath. It's flown in a variety of Typhoons, including Blackjack and its maiden flight. B-17, a tutor, the Red Arrows. That was in September 2021. He's flown in a... I don't think he's... No, he hasn't flown at Valley. Flown in a tutor at Wittery. Flown in a Cap 10 with the legend Christophe Simon in a display. Flown several times in Chinooks. Fired 7,000 rounds at Holbeach with the gunner, which was hilarious that day. For those that remember that day, that was absolutely hilarious. Flown with Davey as well in the Cessna. Flown with Team Raven in the RV4, is it? I think so, I think it's that. Or is it an RV8? From Goose 2-1. So trucks 2, Rivet Joint 1, and there's a few trucks and lorries. I like the word truck. I know it's lorry here in the UK, but I do love truck. Got a bit of a beefier name to it, doesn't it? But anyway, the trucks are just forming a wall here, 6-yard box. Referee's blown his whistle. Here comes the right, let's see. Okay, here it comes. Let me just try and get into a good position. It's all good fun. I wouldn't change this for the world, you know. I love these lorries being here. It's just, it wouldn't be the same, would it? It just adds to the comedy sense. All that equipment, look at that, makes a porcupine look smooth. Why do you think they are? Final score, trucks 2, Rivet Joint 2. Okay, you're too late, too late. There's a lorry there coming in, just a bit late to defend that one. Huh? Yeah, yeah, EAR. There you go. So you got a bit of a buy one get one free today, because I think I've accidentally uploaded 2 videos today, so I do apologise, but they're not the same, both heavies though, so I do enjoy that error. Take my jacket off now. It's getting quite nice and warm. Yeah. It's because of the wind. If it wasn't for the wind, it'd be boiling. Ted didn't get to fly Moggy, no. It was Blackjack and various other Typhoons, including the world's only 4-seater Typhoon as well. That was kind of cool. How are we all doing? Ellie J Approach, David Robinson, how you doing? Simon Modron, Mark Mooney, Dr. Soda, Martin Osborne. How you all doing out there? Hope you're all good. Leah Eigen, Chester Drawers, love it. How's it all going? Ali Leyland, oi to you. Regards to Lee, Blocks, DR, Daniel Roberts, Nick Banayodi, how you doing? Musical Mexican assistant, how you doing? It's nice that wind's calmed down. waiting for anything else. Like I said in the pinned comment, if you're unfamiliar, please read the pinned comment. No one knows what's going on, no one knows what the schedule is. It's not available to the public. Just turn up, hope for the best. If you hear anything start up, you're almost there. Just watch for it to taxi before you get too excited, because sometimes aircraft can do what we call, by the way, it is actually officially called a ground run or an engine run, but we call it flexing. Because, you know, you go to the gym, look at yourself in the mirror, start flexing, you know? So you're using your muscles, but just for flexing purposes, but you're not actually using them. So I decided to call that flexing. I know it's unique to the Ted Coningsby channel. That's what we do. I can hear all sorts of engines. I can hear the RJ taxi back. I can hear the sweeps from the F-16s. I don't know if they are just doing some ground run, no idea, but we'll see. Canopies are opening, so there you go. So very soon. 2, 4, loads of canopies up over there, so not long. I think they'll take off and then the reds will go out. Just to add a guess. So again, for those who don't know, the reason why these F-16 sweep, it's exactly the same as the Lakenheath's F-15E Strike Eagles, except only the one. It's a Pratt & Whitney F-100 PW229s. Here they come. I'll tell you what, it's been a superb couple of days here. It really is. And a big shout out to everyone in the Wave, the crew that run it. Doing a wonderful job. This one here, 4050 QH Quebec Hotel was their markings on their Spitfire Hurricanes on the latter stages of the Second World War. They also had Whiskey X-Ray, and that was in commemoration to 302 Polish Squadron Koziuszko, and you'll see 1919 to 2019. They're no longer in existence, 302, but to remember the bravery of the Polish squadrons. This one here, 302, they were based in various stations such as Duxford, taking part in the Duxford wing, also spent time on the Isle of Man. Cannot remember the name of the station, but there was one there. They spent time there as well.
lovely, lovely F-16s. The F-16C Block 52 Fighting Falcons. So our red arrows are in their aircraft. Are you alright there? Good. You okay? Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Do you know this anything?
Well, the Reds are about to take off, if that helps. So, there you go.
Do you know how long these
That I don't know.
No,
I don't know anything about that. But the Reds have just started now, so all is good. There we go, you can hear that lovely sound. Oh, what happened to the sound? Reds.
He's back. Reds are about to go up now. Hopefully.
Was it me or did their engines just shut down there for a sec? Definitely running.
Red's going up now. Yeah, you're gonna watch it beer. It's good beer. Enjoy. That was Red Ted there, just making his appearance. He's just getting ready to fly with the Reds, I think. Go. What's happened to the way the wind has affected the sound? I can't actually hear the. It's amazing, isn't it, how that gets affected so badly sometimes. Right, let's see what we're going to get. Are we going to get another full 7? Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. 6 for sure. We've got 7. I can't see 7 at the minute. Hey, no, look at those 2 cheeky hawks stuck together, look. Looks like 6, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, looks like we've got 6 today. Well, now. Got 6. in store the training for the 6 here. See all the combinations of the Reds. Do join us by subscribing and hitting that notification bell button, because even after the air show season, we'll be back here November, September, October, November, December. Every month we're here to see the Red Arrows train, with the exception of course in April, May when they're away for Spring Hawk. Amazing to see them work up to their display, from just the synchro pair trading to sometimes a singleton, a free ship, 4, 5, 6, 7, sometimes 8, sometimes 9, sometimes back to this 6, sometimes back to 4, and on occasions we get to see one sequence over and over again. This is all down to the training plan of from Red 1, who puts the display together, responsible for the choreographing the display sequences, putting it together, the training involved. So battle. Really important that you get the correct QFE as well. That's entered into the altimeter to get the local pressure. shots like that, just get a little bit of smoke in there and all. Bit tangled again. Hang on a minute. cool, doesn't it? Nice little transition there. Right, normally we usually have the heart now, so I have no idea what's going on there. Right, let's see what's going on. I've got two over there. Let's go over here. Sound us to recall the synchro pair. I'll tell you what, this is different. I normally focus on the synchro pair, so we'll have a go at this one. There you go, something different there. Look at this. Clear to land, here we go.
Well, perfect, medium.
Look at this lorry then. Yeah. Love it. What a day we've had. Good day, a lovely day. That is pretty much our show complete. Teddy bears, that was spectacular stuff. Gary, thank you very much. High five, Paul Pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships, Guards March. Thank you so much for that. It's very, very generous of you. Thank you very much, Gary. Hope you're well. He's also part of our fighter squadron. Hayley Gilby, thank you very much for your 20 months membership. Emma Seymour, high five, thank you for joining our Ted Coningsby squadron. Margot, thank you very much for the super. Chester Drawers, high five, thanks for joining our Ted Coningsby squadron. Argan, who's part of our Spanner flight, member for 37 months, thank you very much. With lots of Ted emojis. Joseph Strange, thank you very much for your 28 months membership. Guards March to you. Congratulations, thank you so much. Non-league James Boyle with 20 months membership. What a day for Red Arrows, keep it up, thank you very much. Paul Watts, 2 months membership, also part of our fighter squadron. A Guards March to you, thank you very much. Elite Snipers RF, high five to you for that one, thanks a lot for the super. Looking to come up to the car park tomorrow. And he's also put what time is best to get here. Well, as soon as you can, I think. I think the car park opens at 7, so don't want to be the one for that, but I believe it's 7 o'clock in the morning, so just to give you an idea, that's, yeah, 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, sounds good. Poacher, 28 months membership, thank you very much. Love every minute, thank you all. Vic Zandix. Vix and Dick. Oh, I got it. Vix and Gigs, got it. It's all in one go, isn't it? Member for 22 months. Oi, thank you very much. Ginger Bailey, high five. Thanks a lot for the super. Guards March. Ali Leyland as well. Thank you very much for the super. Matt Crossan, thank you as well for the super. James Connolly, thank you very much. Thanks for upgrading to the TCS Bosch Officers Club. Caroline Stubbs with 31 months membership and still loving it. Thank you very much. Gary, high five. Paul Pump, thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Hey, Guards March to you. And finally, Nick Smith with 21 months membership. Oi, hope everyone is having a great day. Best aviation channel in the world. Thanks, Nikos, and thank you as well, Guards March. So that is it for today. I believe we are done. I think that's mission complete for the Ted Coningsby channel. I'd say that was a good wrap. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. Right, thank you very much, ladies and teddy bears. That is it. Our day, our work here is done. Right, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, it's been an absolute pleasure today. It's been awesome, isn't it? Really, really amazing. Thank you all so much for tuning in. So, German Air Force, thank you very much. Polish Air Force, thank you very much. And of course, RAF Waddington, all personnel, all roles, thank you very much. And of course, finally, our viewers and members, thank you so much for tuning in. A big salute to you, and thank you again, members, for supporting the channel. Spannerfly, thank you very much. Big salute to all of you. So thank you, all of you, for tuning in today. I hope you all enjoyed it. And we'll see you on the next one, which is tomorrow. So my name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, who's his birthday today. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Hit the button. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.